5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Five seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team's turn to ban. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick. Radiant team's turn to pick.
Sky Wrath Mage.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick.
Beastmaster.
Dire team's turn to pick.
Terrorblade.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Phantom Lancer.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban. Radiant team's turn to pick. Dire team's turn to pick.
Treant Protector.
your hero.
Easiest money of my life!
Prepare for battle.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game one ready to go here between Ghost Frogs and Chicken Fighters. Effie, we've just seen the two lineups. I mean, straight up, your initial feelings on these two drafts here. Anything you're liking in particular?
Well, I can see it going both ways, honestly.
Okay.
I feel like there's a lot in Storm's hands this game.
Mastermind, I mean, as one of the sort of newer names in this division. We'll see what sort of moves he can pull off. We're actually going to see some early action by the looks of it. Both teams have found themselves head-to-head down on the bottom lane. They're going to start things off, jumping in on the Pexu. That'll be first blood here for Yulnet. He's already eyeing up another here. A bit of micro trying to block off the Skywrath Mage here. Zera, he's having to make some fancy footwork around, and he will get away.
And that's got to feel good for Radiant, right? You just get that extra gold on your Terrorblade.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be a very happy boy here, Yulnet. I mean, in terms of the two carries, as the draft was always pointing out, both teams running with some illusion-based cores this game. Which side do you think is going to struggle the most dealing with those illusions? Like, how is sort of the AoE clear from both teams?
In terms of AoE clear, I would say that Dire are lacking. I do tend to favor the PL and the TV versus PL matchup. And it looks like there's a little bit of action going on here.
That looks like they'll be fine. And I get, yeah, that makes sense as well, I guess, because what PL against the TB, like, well, I guess as a Terrorblade, it's going to be more choreographed when you're like, hey, I want to fight with the meta, and PL, meanwhile, can sort of choose to get in and get out of the engagements with a bit more flexibility. Yeah,
for sure. Like, to elaborate a little bit, I do think PL just does not struggle in killing a Terrorblade when he gets on top of him. In the case of Terrorblade, it's more about hitting that timing with your team, where you do get your Manta and you do get your Scotty, and you just go in, right? So what I meant by there's a lot in Storm's hands is that he does have to hit his early Orchid and just go around the map and kill people, because if they do cement that lead for the TV, they should be able to finish the game fast with this Beastmaster.
We'll see what sort of timing Mastermind can get on his first item. We'll see at the moment with the lane setups top, Owned Me and Kumati here with the Beastmaster Snapfire, trying to put pressure they can onto Aqua's PL. We'll see what Pexu can do to keep this lane safe for Aqua. A little careful with his positioning here. Pexu does step up, and a bit of a beat down here from the two of them, but for the most part he'll be fine. And on the other half of the map, Jibe backed up by Era on the off lane for Chicken Fighters. And what they can do to put the pressure onto Yulnet. Yulnet will have pretty good backup from J4. They do try and get aggressive onto the Terrorblade, so Chicken Fighters definitely will have to be a little careful about the potential for a meta to come out from Yulnet and J4 to have that control to allow Terrorblade to get aggressive in the laning stage.
For sure, once that meta does come out from Terrorblade, they're going to be able to force
seen one of these two heroes normally come out on top?
It's entirely player dependent, but I do favor Void Spirit a little bit in more of a 60-40 kind of thing. But it seems like Boranija is doing quite well on here, leading this leaderboard of 10-1 CS.
Not a bad start for him at all.
I do feel like it's a lot easier for a Void Spirit to rotate with power runes than it is for a Storm early on. It's just a very big commitment on mana and resources that if it doesn't go well early, can be too detrimental for that kind of hero. So I favor Void Spirit in that regard as well. However, as the game progresses and if Storm hits his Orchid timing, that's a dead Void Spirit.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Unless he's able to sort of build up that first sort of way of saving himself. In terms of teammates that can offer safety, is just going to be down to some clutch nightmares from Pexu. Man, the nightmares, bit of a setup onto Nuku Mati up top. See Aqua trying to chase him down, but he is just out of range. Gets the salve off, but at least Aqua will be able to cancel it. So Snap's going to have to take some time out of the lane here, left at very low HP. Will give Aqua a bit better of a chance to return to hitting the creeps. So far, he's not having too much of a struggle with. 11 for 4, sure, not the highest on the CS for the cause, but across the board, things pretty close here in all lanes. Nobody getting completely bullied out in these first few minutes.
It looks like they're just even on the CS for now in terms of both safe laners. It's going to be a matter of which support's going to die first, right?
Yes.
Because typically when I look at a hero like Skywrath Mage, that hero is so annoying on lane, right? He just presses all his spells on you and you kind of hate yourself. But if you do get your levels up, especially that level 2 on Terrorblade and Tree, he should die quite easily because Doom can't do much in terms of protecting him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Era's positioning. He's got to be completely on top of it down bottom. That's going to be most
Well, Tree is one of the best supports, if not the best support, at protecting that safe lane tower and just sitting there and getting as much as he can out of that lane.
So we can do here on the top lane. Trying their best with the body blocks onto Pexu, but no bore out at the moment, so they won't have to slow. Pexu's fine. I do have that Helm of the Iron Will done on Owned Me now, so as a Beastmaster, he's going to be very hard to bully out of the lane for the PL and the Bane. He's going to be able to stay solidly up there and continue to do his best to try and contest the farm of Aqua. Bottom lane, moment of the Metamorphosis as Shibe and Era have to keep their distance. But they are going to get in aggressively onto Yulnet. Shibe taking heavy damage though, and this has not worked out the way that Chicken Fighters planned there. They make that conscious decision to get aggressive onto the two of them, and they heavily underestimated how much Yulnet was going to be able to punch back with the Terrorblade right click.
That Leech Seed did so much healing there. J4 actually got 2 levels in it, and you could really see the value there because TV, it looked good at that point, right? But they went in and they just couldn't kill him. The heal was just too much. So that was a really cool thing of him to identify that he needed those early levels in Leech Seed. Like T was actually saying on panel.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He may have even just been saving the point for that occasion to see if it was going to be needed, and it makes the call perfectly. Keeping that bottom lane very nice and juicy here for Yulnet on his Terrorblade.
It looks like they finally dewarded the big camp on top lane, which is kind of an issue. They needed to get it out of the way early on so they could clear the lane better, so that was a nice thing.
See top, aggression on the Pexu. Cookie setup was there and the boars are out. Pexu trying to run, but the boars have got the damage. Aqua as well, having a doppelganger back underneath the tower. As this lane, again, you know, as I said, only with that Helm of Iron Will, he's just consistently at full HP. Very hard for them to make any aggressive moves onto. Got to be careful themselves. See how things are going in the mid lane. 32-6 for Mastermind against the 28 for 1. Mastermind starts to get himself ahead a little bit, has hit the 6. So he's going to be feeling pretty safe now in this mid lane, even if some rotations do come in, which so far looks to be unlikely from Chicken Fighters, with Era and Pexu sticking safe to their lanes. And as safe as they are, though, as Pexu once again has to step away. Aqua also can't afford to trade really with Owned Me and Nukumati. A lot of damage that Radiant's able to do against these two top.
And if you notice, Mastermind actually got 3 levels in static armor, which has been making it so that it's very difficult for Void Spirit to walk up on a creep wave without taking too much harass.
Yeah, it's also going to mean that he's going to have a great time clearing these camps here. Stacking it up again. I think that's already what a 3 stack. He's going to have a nice quad stack prepared for him to clean up. So, I mean, Mastermind, you know, you said yourself, it's going to be very important how much of a game he can get going, get that early item timing. So far, it's looking good. Everything's on track for this Storm to do exactly as required.
Absolutely, but he did miss the spawn of the first rune. It actually spawned down bottom. It was an arcane rune that Void Spirit picked up. So I'm curious to see what kind of rotation he's going to go for with this arcane rune. It wouldn't be a bad thing to go bottom and just kill this Terrorblade. I do feel like it's time to apply pressure in that side of the map right now.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, Piranha adds his output to the 2 down there right now. They will have the burst to take down Unit. He's actually trying to keep his eyes on Mastermind. Knows the Mastermind's been backing off here, but as you can see already, the camp has been taken, so Mastermind's not going to be too concerned with this move. And with the ward up as well, they know exactly where Piranha is headed. So, see top Nukumati and OnBoard stepping back. We'll see if Piranha wants to try for a dive. He's going to go for it. Gets aggressive in onto OnBoard, but a good cookie breaks the combo. And an unfortunate move from Piranha just doesn't end in any success there, not being able to find what he was hunting for.
And in the meantime, Storm was just happily farming the triangle, so he did get a lead on Void Spirit just in that small rotation. So not the best, I would say. I do think it would have been easier to go bottom just because with this guy there is a guarantee in that lockdown. But at the time it felt right. I think he walked into the triangle to kind of bother the Storm a little, then didn't find him and said maybe I'll just go top.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that. He was just sort of trying to make the best of the situation there, Piranha, with the position he'd already stepped himself into.
It looks like Terrorblade's going to leave the bottom lane and just head to the jungle. And this is where Tree really shines his support. He just gets to sit down and nuke the creepers and hide in the trees and hold the tower for as long as he can.
I mean, and I guess that's the thing as well, right? When you look at Chicken Fighters lineup, they don't really have the best heroes at all to try and force any objectives, right? Like, who's going to hit a tower out there, heroes?
Absolutely. I mean, you can hope that Doom maybe gets the Swift aura and helps a little, but yeah, Doom is not typically the hero you think of when it comes to tower push.
See this aggression from Mastermind, really wants to kill Pexi, but he's not quite got enough power in the tank, and he ends up losing his life for it. Piranha and Era turn up, they turn things around. Took Mastermind a little too long trying to get that kill, it cost him his life.
Yeah, it was close enough, and it was just a really good reaction by Chicken Fighters. Unfortunate. It's typically the kind of death that you want to avoid on Storm. Going in and not getting the kill or going in and dying just feels so bad on this hero.
Absolutely, yeah, huge momentum hero. We'll see back in action. Chicken Fighters, they're ready to strike again. Piranha still got some time left with the DD rune, and this would be the dream catch. They found Unit, they drag it back with the Ancient Seal. Have they got the burst? They certainly do.
That's a perfect use of that double damage rune. You get that kill on Storm, and then you just go right into the jungle, you find the Terrorblade, and you kill him too. That's probably the best case scenario that could have happened in this last minute.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Big moves from Piranha and some great backup there from Era to make the magic happen. This is the sort of stuff they need to be seeing from their Void Spirit mid. Control of the game and start to slow down the big cores of Ghost Frogs.
And if you'll notice, Terrorblade's queuing up the Manta first, which is not typical for a Terrorblade, but especially because he's going to be playing against this guy, he does need a means to dispel the silence, or just extra illusions to make sure that Bane can't get that Nightmare and Feeble off on him.
Dire Snow fortified their structures.
See, with the focus being drawn elsewhere, OnBoard has found the space to take this tier 1 tower at a good timing. Here, as he would hope for as a Beastmaster.
Dire's top tower is gone.
This top area of the map continues to be taken over by Ghost Frogs. Chicken Fighters themselves looking to move over into Ghost Frogs jungle. See around the river, Pexu going to try and interrupt the rune. He's actually got the Fiend script set up. Follow-up will be there from Piranha. We'll see if they have enough damage to burst through this storm. They try to break the combo with the cookie, but the Sender, Unit gets Mastermind back into fighting shape, keeps him safe. They take down Pexu. Chicken Fighters, they won't be able to finish that kill, as we are seeing Ghost Frogs. They do have some good mechanisms for bailing each other out here between their heroes.
That was a really nice thunder. It was nice that Terrorblade was close enough to do that. And it's such a cool feeling when that happens to you in your games, right? You're like, oh, I'm dead. And then your carry comes out of nowhere and says, no, I got you.
Yeah, this is the sort of team play you want to be seeing.
I guess Radiant.
Yeah, and this is just the strength of Beastmaster that we're seeing here. He gets that top tower, rotates mid, they get a couple of nice return kills, and then they just get this mid tower. And if you compare that to the Doom in the bot lane, he hasn't even gotten the tower to half HP yet.
Nice. Yeah, he's trying his best, but no. Doom's gonna doom. And dooming does not involve taking down towers at any sort of significant speed, so it's definitely a bit slower on this half of the map from Chicken Fighters.
And between all of these heroes, they actually don't do that much tower damage on the side of Dire until PL gets his items later on, and then maybe Doom gets some kind of oil.
Well, we're going to see this attempt here. Mastermind very nicely ducking out as well there with a backup ball lightning, as he knew that Jibe would look to try and go for the Doom opportunity. Doesn't let him have it there with some quick, dancing around there from the Storm. They get the kill, they get out.
While that happened, PL is farming top. He's making his way towards his Diffusal Blade. It's going to be a bit of a slower timing for him just because he did lose that top tower and that mid tower, so the map is naturally going to be smaller for him. But hopefully he can hit his Diffusal Blade timing early enough for Dire to make a couple of smoke plays. Because the way that the game is going now, it seems like Storm's just going to lead the charge over and over again.
I mean, and how powerful will this PL be with the Diffusal Blade alone? Like, is it going to be difficult for Ghost Rocks to deal with, or do you think they don't really care too much if this PL does start turning up early?
They don't care too much. It's just going to be a matter of, oh, can we get a couple of smoke kills of this and let our PL secure part of the map and let PL hit some more items. Because
okay, so he's not turning up with the Diffusal Blade alone. He's staying away from the action.
I mean, like he will join in on the action if it's good enough, but it's certainly not enough to be a threat on the map.
Top tower is under attack.
See here, they're going to try for the catch and the setup onto the Storm. They've got the grip as well to control him. Nice Nightmare onto the Snapfire stops Kumati from being able to do anything to break Mastermind out of that combo. You look for more here, stepping over towards Own Me. It's going to use the raw movement speed, holds back the Doom, is able to separate himself. They're still chasing with the four of them. Backup TPs are coming in, but the Remnant is lined up. Pretty tanky on this Beastmaster. He's beating, and he's going to be able to step away, and the backup is in. Doom's going to get dropped down onto the Terrorblade, but Unit, he doesn't care. Steps back in, the Resonant Pulse providing just enough protection to keep Piranha alive. The Pulse trying to chase him down, does get the hit in, and now get the job done. Piranha falls, Jibe being focused by the Leap Seed. Those Shrugs, they turn up in time. Exit coming in as well as Mastermind not quite done. Able to just close the gap on Pexel as well, as Ghost Shrugs, they'll find the three of them.
That was very well played. That Beastmaster was deceptively tanky because initially it looked so good for Chicken Fighters, right? They got the kill on Storm. They were like, okay, we've got Doom, we're ready, we've got all our heroes here. They chased the Beastmaster down, and with just a helm, he's able to live through that and then get back up from his team.
There we go. A live replay of the inside of my soul.
Inside of your soul. It's actually just ridiculous how with just a helm you can do that. That item is so frustrating.
Late to 3 now. Less than 1k in it. DD damage. Ready to go.
So PL did finally finish his Diffusal Blade and he's begun to work towards his Manta style. Now he is at a point where if a favorable fight does happen somewhere where he can TP to, he does have the option to do that. But like we said earlier, it's still not enough. He's building that Manta just in terms of a reaction to the potential death that he can have from these heroes. Right? And surprisingly enough, Storm decided to go for the Kayasan instead of the Orchid.
Yeah, and it's working out pretty good for the map.
I would say so. It just seems like he feels like there's no lack of lockdown.
No, for
the
sure.
Snapfire Cookie and the tree overgrowth. Primal Roar, of course.
And it's sort of giving him the chance in these situations, whereas we have seen, Ghost Frogs, they Atlantic to get Piranha, not quite, a little low on the mana for Mastermind, keep chasing. But yeah, Chicken Fighters, they have been able to get the setup onto Mastermind in a few of these situations, but yeah, that extra bit of tankiness is definitely going to give him a good chance that his teammates will be able to bail him out pretty securely.
And of course, the status resistance from the Sun is going to be incredibly valuable versus Fiend's Grip and Doom.
Things seem to calm down a little bit now. Chicken Fighters backs the farm game. Still very close, really, in the numbers. Not far behind at all. Terrorblade, push on it for Ghost Frogs in that top spot right now, but the 3 cores of Chicken Fighters close behind. Still some great plays to be had here from Chicken Fighters as they look to set up another. Smoke comes out. They're making the move up towards the top. He's owned me on the Beastmaster on his own right now. They're hitting with the scan. They know that he's in this position, hiding in the trees, looking to cut creep waves. Got the ward down as well, so they'll know when he steps out. We'll see how carefully Own Me plays it and sticks to the trees. Branya is on the hunt. Get the connection with the Remnant. Own Me can run his way out of this. He's got no way to cut through the trees. Ends up running straight into the Remnant. Damage is there with the flare.
Hey, that's gotta feel bad. You're just stuck with nowhere to go. You know that they're coming. You know that they know where you are because they scanned.
Tried his best, bless him, with that raw movement speed, but indeed there was no turn he could take that was David.
Over here now.
Mastermind. He's in on the action. Immediate grip on the silence, and they look to turn and focus the storm. And with the tomb drop down, and then it should be enough. Can they get the deny? They can. Unit will be able to get the deny off onto Mastermind. Aqua has to back out of the fight as he's too low to participate. Unit and J4 trying for the chase down on his Jibe, but Jibe with the movement speed will manage to get himself out of reach of the side of Ghost Rock. So they lose the storm and they won't be able to take anything for it. At the least, of course, was that deny. Nicely played by Unit. See, Chicken Fight is even thinking about getting back in on this. Got to be a little careful, though. Of course, Unit still with some good timing left in the Metamorphosis. So Chicken Fighters, they won't go for the jump. They'll let it be, wait for this, the big cooldowns to come back up. Doom, of course, and Fiend's Grip being expended.
And I understand what was going on there, right? They saw that their Beastmaster had died, and they thought that maybe they could get something in return. Storm thought that he could probably get that kill on him before dying, and he did end up tanking 2 big ultimates, right? So it's not the worst thing ever. Now, when he respawns, they can look to make a similar type of play without the Terrorblade this time, though. But that's the issue, right? When you don't go Orchid, you place the risk of just getting gone on by one of these spells.
I mean, it's very true. You can't help but feel a little silence on the Bane or the Skyriff would do him great wonders, but it's going to take him time. It's going to take him time, especially with the fact that the last few fights have sort of fallen a bit flat on his face, really, for the Storm, as he's gone in and he has been immediately caught.
And he does understand his role as the hero that has to go in first, which is why he went for that extra durability.
Branya. He's got to jump out of this, and he was prepared. Raw. Too speedy, gets out of there. DD Rune spotted down bottom.
And Void Spirit is working towards an axe. He's about 2.5k gold away. When he does get it, it's going to be an incredibly valuable spell, especially versus Snapfire and Storm. You can just go on Snap in the backlines and just stop Mortimers, and can also just chain silence the Storm if need be.
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of threats for Mastermind, to the point that when he has the Kaya Sanyas done, it's probably not going to be enough to keep him safe. I think a lot of it is going to be down to really the Terrorblade making some clutch saves with the Sunder. And obviously at this point, Unit might not want to be putting his own life on the line, really, in these team fights, as damage output and participation is very important, especially if they want to try and stand against Aqua's PL, which is getting into quite a good position. Fusel, Yasha, 1700 in towards the Ultimate Orb. He is going to be hitting these great item timings, and as you said from the start, you did expect that PL
middle tower shouldn't have
matched up against the Terrorblade has the better potential to be more of a threat.
Of course, in a vacuum, that's taking aside the rest of the team and how his team can enable him for success as the TV. But like I said, a lot of it is going to do with Storm. Storm has a lot on his hands this game.
Yeah.
But PL has a significant experience lead actually over the TV, but it seems like TVs and PL are neck to neck in items right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Here's quite the level difference. About 3 straight levels in between the two of them, with just sort of how much Unit's trying to be at least near around his team with the actions that Ghost Frogs are going for. That's definitely you're gonna feel that difference.
Yeah,
PL turns up.
And TV does sometimes fall back behind in experience because he does send his visions to lane farm just to be safer. So that part is understandable. He's going for a BKB actually over anything else, and I do like this pickup because it's going to be way too difficult to fight into these heroes. There's so much magic damage, and especially when these silences start coming out from Void Spirit.
And sort of overall, do you think there is a little bit more urgency with Ghost Frog's lineup to end the game sooner than Chicken Fighters, or how does sort of the both teams scale?
I would say yes, there is more urgency on the side of Ghost Frogs, but that's not to say that if the game went on for long, that they would be out of it.
Sure.
Tower could use some help.
But I do think this can be an incredibly good PL game.
See into the pit. Ghost Frogs will head. And looks like they'll be able to take it without Chicken Fighters poking their nose in. Mastermind gets the Aegis.
That was a great rush call. They got it without being contested at all, and more importantly, Storm Spirit got the Aegis, because as we said earlier, it is his job to go in first and just soak up as much of these offensive spells as he can.
Well, I mean, nice little grab by Boranya. Not quite got enough damage to burst through Mastermind the once, though. So the Aegis will remain intact. Mastermind's able to back off. Can reset for now. But all in all, yeah, 9-4, 21 minutes in less than 1K. Definitely one of the closer games that we've had so far in these first couple of days.
Oh, so TV actually switched up. Oh no, he did. He finished his
Still
BKB.
Okay.
I thought he might go for that butterfly first. That was confusing, but no, he's getting his BKB soon enough. 100 gold off, and they're probably going to be looking to make a play off of this BKB now.
Same time over on the side of Chicken Fighters, they are heading over with a smoke. And maybe that smoke into the newly picked up BKB of Terrorblade will end favorably for Ghost Frogs. We'll see how quickly they're able to identify that and deal with that in the action. Aqua's going to show himself mid.
They do have Storm Spirit just sitting on the top lane. Oh no, he does TP mid, so they are going to take this fight.
Ready to go. Got to keep their information as good as they can. They have sent out Hawk over, but of course the majority of Chicken Fighters still smoked up. We're going to see the zip in and zip out from Mastermind. Starting to get some information, starting the action up onto Pexu. Pexu will turn with the 9-mount. Trian has the heal to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Mystic flare, the run up from Trian. They've taken down one. The Raw's out onto Shibe though. Doom will fall. 3 dead on Chicken Fighters, and they're ready to chase for more. The Doom was dropped down, but the BKB was already out on Unit, so he didn't have to worry about any further follow-up. Boranya, he's hiding with this Invis rune. Did step into the range of their sentry ward there, I believe, so they know that he's still playing around it, but have they actually got any further detection to deal with him? I don't think they do. So Boranya will actually have his life saved there, thanks to the Invis rune. All in all, of course, still not a great fight for Chicken Fighters, losing the 3 of them. Now the dust is coming out.
How do you counter that invisibility?
It's a powerful ability.
It is, it is. No, that was such a good fight for Ghost Frogs, because the issue that Storm's been having is he goes in and he gets gripped. So they actually went on the ideal target first, which is the Vayne. He probably stepped out a little bit too far, but killing that hero first just enables them to take the fight in the best way that they can.
And there we go, they're looking to try and burst this Terrorblade, yeah, and they're able to do so. Unit goes down, jump forward from the Storm. Mastermind's been caught out by the silence. Gonna be able to step over to the side. They've got the Yule set up, another round is good to go underneath. Get out of this. Mastermind falls to once. We'll see if he's going to be able to zip out of this. What sort of catch they got from him immediately? They do. The immediate silence there, I believe, from the Resident Pulse. We'll get it.
And that is why Sky feels so good sometimes playing against these spirit heroes or these pucks, is that silence is instant. There's no projectile, there's nothing that you can dodge. If you just spam click it on where the Aegis was respawning, and Storm is dead. There's nothing you can do there. And it looks like they finally get this mid tower down. Really nice for Dire. Honestly, that fight looked really great for Ghost Frogs initially, but there was a bit of overextension mid, probably not respecting Dire's ability to fight back.
No, I think so as well. They just weren't ready for the Unit on the Terrorblade to drop as quickly as it did.
And that happens a lot, right? You take a really good fight.
And you're like, whoa, we're strong.
Yeah. And then
let's go.
You kind of overestimate yourselves a little bit, and it feels kind of bad.
Yeah, quite a swing in the gold there. And back now up to 3K on Chicken Fighters. Aqua. Top spots now is all his. Arrow's going to have to deal with a bit of a Beastmaster army chasing him down, but he's going to be fine.
So, Kiel almost has his heart, actually. He's about 1 gold away. Yeah, so this PL is becoming terrifying, really. Not only do they not have the best kind of wave clear, they have heroes that don't really have reliable disables. This PL is just going to go in and go ham. They need to get the vision, they need to get the jump on the rest of Dire's heroes in order to fight this PL. But the way the game is shaping right now, it's looking harder and harder for them to be able to do something like that.
No, absolutely, and it's looking like, you know, these fights could play out, I think, in sort of the way that you were leaning towards at the start, that even if they do sort of kill everyone around the PL, if it's PL with a Man's Diffusal and Heart, there's a high chance that Aqua, he'll just be able to clean them all up. You know, whilst they're, you know, Ghost Frogs are trying to deal with the teammates around him. This PL is going to be a huge nuisance and very hard to blow up and target, especially when resources are being used to deal with the rest of his team.
And Chicken Fighters do have this understanding now that their PL is strong. They are strong, and they're working their way towards this bottom side of the map. Maybe trying to bait out a Storm Spirit jump. Not sure if that's going to happen. Tree is sitting, scouting, waiting for an opportunity.
Would be a bit of a hard fight for them to take Ghost Frogs. They do just have the 3.
Yeah, Chicken Fighters are completely set up here. It would be wise to just retreat.
I think so. If Ghost Frogs try and poke at this, they will regret. Indeed, they're holding back. I
like how they have just 3 heroes sitting in the trees. They're just hanging out down there.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's the
is under
safest place to
attack.
be right now.
But really well read by Ghost Frogs. They felt like something was off. Something truly was off. So.
No, they didn't have that feeling for long enough, though. Nukumati
Dire structures
relaxes
are
a little
fortified.
bit, steps out into the lane, and immediately gets taken out.
Dire's
Mastermind,
tower
what's
is
got to be
under
careful?
attack.
Exu's hunting. Mastermind give himself right back. We're also going to see the TP over
Not
from
much
Baranya.
good
He's ready to
happening
start
to
working his way through the tree line. This is a scary place for Mastermind to be still.
Meanwhile, while this entire ordeal has been happening bottom, Traveler's is chipping at this top tower.
We're going to see the try and go for Pexu. Oh, will have it. The rest of Chicken Fighters not actually close enough, despite the fact that they did have the numbers down there. So Ghost Frogs will end up finding something from this.
And actually, with this Vayne being dead, that eliminates a lot of the fear in playing on this bottom side of the map for Ghost Frogs. Because Vayne is such a threat to the Storm Spirit when he's alive.
Tower could use some help.
And with that being said, the fear has returned because their trained is dead. But what I wanted to say is, as that's going on, Terrorblade has been
beating on
wisely
Dire's
chipping at
top
this top
tower.
tower and making sure that lane is always pushed out. So it is nice to understand that there's always going to be this map pressure being applied by your Terrorblade, even if the game is starting to look a bit shaky. He's almost got his butterfly too.
It's going to be pretty solid this game, right? PL not wanting to be picking up an MKB anytime soon, so the evasion is going to be pretty huge. See the smoke up from Ghost Frogs,
Radiant's
despite
bottom
having
tower's got
been
problems.
on the sidelines. They do have Mastermind in position down bottom, ready to try and set something up, but the trees are being cleared by Aqua. Doppel in, knows that the Storm's hanging around looking for an opportunity. The rest of Ghost Frogs trying to come in from the side. Kumati up on the high ground, but not wanting to step in for the lead up onto Aqua.
Looks like something's about to go down.
It seems like Chicken Fighters, they're not going to let it happen. They smoke up and retreat, keep their distance from Ghost Frogs.
They really have to be careful when taking these fights on Chicken Fighter supports because Vayne and Skywrath Mage are incredibly squishy. If they can stay alive for the duration of the fight, they're going to be incredibly effective in playing against heroes like Storm Spirit. But if Beastmaster scouts that with Hawks and they get jumped on, suddenly Chicken Fighters just loses 2 focus heroes.
There we go. Chicken Fighters ready to start the action straight over towards J4. J4 will get the ult off, but he's held in position himself to see a big zip over to the backlines. They get Pexu, but they've lost 2 heroes themselves. Nukamata turns back, blasts the Void Spirit in the face. Zoom gets dropped down onto the Storm. It's now time for Aqua to go for the cleanup by the looks of it as he takes out the Storm Spirit. He's going to turn his attention over towards Yuna, who's trying to back up. They come out with 2 buybacks here. He's going to pop the BKB, turns with the Sunder. See what Aqua's decision is going to be now. He turns his attention with the illusions over towards Omi. Omi tries for the run, but he's not able to find the real hero. As Omi goes down a second time, the BKB comes to them for Yuna. He has no chance against this PL. As Aqua claims the Ultra. 2 buybacks thrown into the action there from Ghost Frogs, and it
Not much
doesn't
good's
work
happening
out.
to Radiant's bottom
This,
tower.
I mean, this is the PL you expected to see, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, PL's just entering uncontrollable territory for Ghost Frogs here. There's really not that much they can do against him. Their AoE damage is way too lacking, and they really have to pick the perfect fights. The fight didn't start off well for them with the Beastmaster getting picked up
Radiant's
first.
bottom tower's got
And
problems.
having to buy back and go in and actually not roaring anything significant, right? It's looking really bad for them. They do need to make a little bit more of heads-up plays and trying to smoke correctly. I do like the fact that they smoked bottom initially, but they just decided to stop, right? And then Dire re-smoked into them and created the ideal fight for themselves. So Ghost Frogs are not completely out of it, so long as they can try to be a little bit more proactive, right, in getting the jump first. It's just looking really, really hard.
It really is. It's quite an ordeal now for Unit to carry this Terrorblade against Aqua's PL. 6 levels difference between them, and you know, quite an item or so as well. 3,500 in towards the Skadi on Aqua.
And when he gets the Skadi, he's going to be incredibly tanky. It's going to be... There's not going to be a... I don't want to curse him, but there's not really going to be a way to kill him.
I don't think so. I don't think so indeed. This PL. They had some answers maybe from him early, but he's played the game pretty perfectly. 5-0-4. Been smooth sailing for Aqua so far.
Snapfire solo smoked. Not sure what that was about. Probably placed some vision that he didn't see.
Yeah, I guess maybe just wanted to sort of get back in position with the team. It will need to be. I mean, they're starting to push up on this top lane, but Chicken Fighters will be prepared.
Snapshot are just so fun to use. By the way, I didn't comment on it, but like watching that Void Spirit just die to point blank. Point blank. Scatter blast. Yeah. It's probably the only reason why I like playing that hero.
I see it. It's definitely one of the more satisfying abilities.
And the cookie sound is nice too. You just cookie yourself.
Nice sound. It is.
Good sound.
My favourite's the ult sound. It's lovely. You know, beautiful noise.
Of all the noises, you picked that one.
Yeah, charming noise.
They're looking for someone in the trees here, but to no avail.
Jibbe at Midas has been available for quite some time, and unfortunately there's no creeps for it. 5 seconds though. Here we go.
So then the next big objective we can look towards is Roche. He has respawned, and both teams are playing around that area. Actually, Ghost Frogs are fighting in the bot jungle, but they do seem they will be able to TP
fortified their structures
if needed. But I'm wondering how they're going to take this fight around the rest of it.
It's not going to be easy
Radiant's
for
top tower
Ghost Frogs. There's no question about it.
The best play that they can do right now is to just have the Terrorblade constantly pushing out these side lanes, making it so that, yes, even if they do 4-man or 5-man around something like Roshan, they can get some map pressure back. And Terrorblade is actually still pushing the bottom lane as this happens. It's just not going to be enough of a push. Look how fast Roche is down.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
Sorry, not that fast. Look, he's strong. Pretty average Roche killing, but it doesn't seem like he's going to.
He's the only man hitting it, you know, doing his best.
He's doing his best. I mean, the bottom tower still hasn't gone down yet, so it's like equal. Looks like a good TP bottom to defend it, so they don't even get that out of this trade.
Something tells me we haven't
There you
seen
go,
Dire's
a bit
bottom
of
tower
trivia.
is under
How many
attack.
Beastmaster pets have been killed so far this
Dire's
game?
bottom tower always did
How
get
many
short
pets?
shrift.
15.
I would go with a modest
18.
8. You're going high. I'm going low. I'm going low. I'm gonna go with 0. I'm going with 0.
How?
What do you mean how?
How is that possible? How did they kill 0?
I don't know. Maybe he's just really good at Minecraft. I've just not seen a lot of them die, you know. But apparently 25
But insane though.
been a massacre.
Okay,
Or
I
pets.
understand. I understand that logic, but how do you think that no boars died?
Maybe his micro's really good. These are professional players, I think.
You're right.
I don't expect to see any boars dying on my watch. Fortunately, they have. 25
Honestly,
of them.
he's got to
Dire's
step up
bottom
his
tower is being
board
chipped
defense.
away.
Man.
Absolutely, save these boars. I mean, are these really? But what
Radiant's
are
top
they?
tower is under attack.
Weird lizard, dog, lizard things.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Look like
attack.
armadillos. Am I wrong?
Armadillos.
Radiant's
I
top
don't know what kind of
tower
armadillos
has
you've been
looked
seeing,
better.
but
Dunk?
Radiant's top
maybe some
tower has
armadillo that lives
fallen.
near the local nuclear
Dire's
power
bottom
plant.
tower needs some help.
That's a pretty screwed up armadillo.
Horror
top
movie
tower
armadillos.
deserves just
Wait,
as much
don't
help
they
as
though?
bottom.
Wait, you're
Dire's
right.
bottom tower
You're
has
right. That's a
shattered to
lizard.
little
Yeah, it's
pieces.
like it's got a bit of a sort of a snail nose going on.
Radiant's top tower has looked better.
And I guess it's just horns.
It's an erotic animal. Oh, while we've been talking about armadillos, it looks like they're just gonna get a racks here.
I think so. I don't know
Outside of chicken fighters.
what are you going to do about this PL? Aqua
Dire's bottom tower
will get
is under
blasted in the face here, but he doesn't care about it. Talk around, he's going to jump in with the Remnant. He's going to get revenge for that last fight in which he got shot in the face by Nukamati. Taking out the Snapfire. No buyback, of course, out for 70. Now now. They're going to have to try and defend with just the 4 of them. Clean out the creep wave, but the next one's coming in pretty hot.
And they are doing what they can with Nature's Grasp and Living Armor and Terrorblade Reflection. It's just that it's so easy for Terrorblade to chip away at it and reset him out.
Look at this jump here from Baranya. Just heads straight in the trees. We'll find J4 Mastermind committing with the BKB. Same for Jordan. Give control on his ship, and they've taken out the Doom, but the Phoenix Group comes over from Pexu. Is dying to the illusions. They've lost 2 here. On Chicken Fighters, only able to just get back to the fountain in time. He's going to live. See if Aqua's going to be able to keep himself safe, as they are just down to the 3 of them here. Chicken Fighters with a city attempt to catch from Mastermind, jumps in, but immediately Silence turned them off by Aqua. Mastermind will die for his aggressive attempt. That's got buyback available on the Storm if he wants to re-enter, but still Aqua remaining pretty much untouched. Full HP, level 25, still has the Aegis good to go. Haven't quite managed to take the melee rack yet though on this top lane.
So Storm is going for an Acceptor, and it would be a really good item here, especially versus the PL, just buying those extra few seconds in case one of your teammates is dying too, on top of being a really good AoE disable. It's just that when we watch him go in and die like that, it makes you think that maybe he should have looked towards a BKB this game, the same way that Terrorblade probably. But his role, it's hard to say because Storm's job this game is to go in first, right, and to just tank up spells so that Terrorblade can do as much damage as he can. It's just that you do need your Storm to be able to do something.
No, for sure. I mean, you said yourself that there'll be a lot of pressure on the Storm. It's not an easy game for him, and definitely seeing Chicken Fighters make that the case. It's been quite the challenge here for Mastermind, as Chicken Fighters have done a great job of shutting him down in the mid game.
And this is the issue with first phase Storms here, right? Like, you can get it early on. On paper, it can do a lot, especially in certain drafts, particularly ones with backline jump that you need versus like Rain and Sky. But it's so easy to counter that here, and that is what happens here.
The high ground they go, Aqua, and he's ready to come back for the melee racks. But he is up on Ghost Rods, but this time round they won't be able to push him back. Rax is taken. Chicken Fighters can turn towards their next target. It's still a tier 2 setup in the mid lane, and we do have, of course, Ghost Rods trying to get out on the map, pushing that wave away.
It's just really easy for this PL to chip away at buildings and reset, and with this extra security of the Aegis, it seems like a repeat of what happened bottom is going to happen.
Baranya. He's going to be able to get himself a way out of this, but Mystic Flare and Arcade Bolt flying in will deal with Nukamati.
Nice cheeky little kill guy error there on the Sapphire.
We'll manage to keep Baranya safe. He gets out of there. Set up ready for the mid lane. Shibe. Doom good to drop. Exu from the Invis ready for the catch. Baranya starting up the action on a J4. Now dive in. Shibe straight up the high ground with the Shiva's Guard. No escape for the tree. J4 goes down. The creep wave's moving in.
Radiant's
just
middle
timed
tower
out.
has fallen.
Yeah. Timed out, right?
It did just now, yeah.
Okay.
He's just lost it.
You don't even need it, to be honest, but it does give those flags a little bit of leeway, and maybe if they do get a correct jump, there is a chance, or if Bell overextends a little bit in the siege.
Let's see. Get the lead in with the grab.
Nice Nightmare.
Gotta break the combo here for Aqua. Now maybe thinking about getting back in. I mean, Baranya did set things up nicely there. Jumps in onto J4 with a Mystic Flare of Error. J4's gone. No buyback from the tree now with him having that dieback occur. He's out for 80.
Radiant's middle tower could use some help. I guess
Seems
Radiant
like another free siege for them. There's not that much Deathlights can do at this moment.
Oh, they're going to try and get the jump on Baranya at the back. Straight in they go with the Roar as well. They're locking down the Void Spirit. Damage coming in for the kisses, but Void Spirit's going to be fine. Terrorblade, he certainly isn't. Aqua closes it onto him. TB out with no buyback. Same as he said for Own Me. And also over towards the mid, Mastermind. He's not got much more to offer. He's desperately trying to find Baranya, but he can't quite do it. And meanwhile in the fountain, they're going to get team wiped. Nukamati goes down. GG is called as Chicken Fighters. This game 1 is theirs, and there's the man, of course, Aqua, a.k.a. Charlie, on his PL. We saw it a lot last season, and we're seeing it here in the game 1, looking as strong as ever here in that PL. Chicken Fighters, they know exactly what to do.
Dire team ban. Radiant team's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team's turn to ban. Dire team's turn to pick. Radiant team's turn to pick. Radiant team's turn to pick. Dire team
needs assassin. Razor.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining.
Who could turn away from
5
this
seconds
battle?
remaining. Dire team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick. Dire team's turn to pick.
Shadow Demon.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick.
Storm Spirit.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to pick.
Clockwork.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban.
Puck!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick. Radiant team's turn to pick.
What's it with?
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
Right, Sheev, yes, game 2 ready to go here between Ghost Frogs and Chicken Fighters. Zephy, well, what do you reckon out of the two lineups this time around? You're pretty bang on with your game 1 prediction of the PL getting out of control. Do you see anybody getting out of control this game?
I was actually pretty worried for Chicken Fighters before they picked up the Morphling because it did seem like they put themselves on a timer with their heroes, but not with the Morphling. I think similarly to last game, the name of the game is going to be what can Storm do for his team? Because if they do win these lanes on Ghost Frogs and they pick up an Orchid and they just go for that early aggression with Pango, Snapfire, and Clock, I don't see Morphling having space to farm anywhere on the map. So let's look at this laning phase, let's see how it goes, and let's hope that Chicken Fighters can hold out.
We'll see how much pressure Ghost Frogs can put on. We saw at the start of last game, Ghost Frogs not having a bad start at all. Things were pretty close off the back of the laning stage. It really was just that mid-game that
30 seconds to
Aqua
battle.
was having all the space in the world and got to a point where you could not quite deal with him.
I would say that they won their lanes last game as well. It's just that they didn't get enough out of the map or take enough good fights to be able to win before PL got out of it. This time around, that kind of scenario will not exist for either team. It's going to come down to execution, but this Morphling pick is going to be a little bit greedy when you're looking at this aggression that's going to come out of Ghost Frogs.
Sure. Sort of all things considered, would you say that this game is easier for Unit to carry on his Terrorblade, or do you think it's actually a little harder still?
No, he can do it for sure. I think Ghost Frogs have easier to execute lineup in this one.
All right, let's see if they can put it into practice here, Ghost Frogs.
Also, something that I look at a lot when I think about Puck is, do they have a hero with an instant disable that can kill him? But they actually do. All it takes is one hook shot into a pushback from Clog, and some Spirit can zip in and Vortex, right? So this Puck won't even have the easiest of games.
Definitely having more means to lock down Branya this game in comparison to what they had in game 1.
I do really hope that Mastermind picks up an Orchid this time around, because unlike last game, there aren't really any battles where the status resistance is crucial.
Top lane. Trying the best there to chase down Shibe. Shibe already able to get in with a static link onto Unit and slow down the Terrorblades farm as much as it can here in the laning stage. And well, some good spam as well with arrow offing up. This amount damages the Shadow Demon. Peksu bottom. Very close there. Have to be cautious down here, doing his best to take the attention away from Aqua's Morph.
A difference that we see in the top lane compared to last game is TV actually went for meta level 1 as opposed to Reflection from last game. And because if you pair him up with something like Clock, who just wants to press battery self and go in, you can actually get a lot out of the level 1 meta. And they did. They managed to get Razor down to less than half HP and push him away. But it's going to be during this downtime of no meta that TV might struggle with the stacked Shadow Poisons and just the Razor spell stun. I wonder if he went for Stick. He actually did not go for Stick on TV.
Not. He's in the mid there, Mastermind trying to get aggressive onto Branya. CS. He's falling pretty low himself with Branya. Try and get aggressive onto him. But the ball's out, have the Fairy Fire ready as well. Be okay, and the lane kept very, very close. 11 for 1 against the 9 for 4.
Puck's flying out his bottle to him as well, so it's just going to be even resources much there.
See bottom Aqua. You're nearly getting burst there by the combo of OnBoard and good. See top lane that a bit of a struggle. J4 doing his best to try and hold back Gibanera from Unit, but it's still not an easy lane for the Terrorblade to farm in.
The issue with playing Clockwork against Shadow Demon is he's just going to disrupt you if you run in at him with Battery Assault. So that hero's effectiveness as a lane support, especially as a position 5, goes down severely when playing against Shadow Demon. And you can really see the results of that in Terrorblade CS. He isn't having that easy of a time compared to the Morphling bottom who has 14 CS.
Trying to do the best down bottom own me and Nukumati to push out Crow over the edge, but so far he's been able to balance the strength, agility very nicely, leaving himself in position to get blown up by the combo of Ghost Frogs.
Nice little play top. Clock actually disrupted this big camp pull, which would have been a disaster for a Terrorblade if they got it off. So it's a nice thing that he can do that with Rocket Flare actually if he's in range. Making sure that they don't mess up the lane too much without putting himself in harm's way. Seems like it's just going to be trying to farm as much as possible. There isn't that much kill potential on the top lane, whereas bottom we might be able to see some deaths if Snapfire zaps out of position. But she's a deceptively tanky hero in the early stages of the game, so I don't even see the Snap dying.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of see that Chicken Fighters, they're not going to be too proactive on trying to go for any sort of kill down bottom, and more than happy to play the lane calmly whilst Aqua does get the free farm that he's had so far.
Again, the name of this game is just going to be the power rune rotations and where these active mid heroes decide to go. And Clock's walking in again, but it's probably just going to get distracted if worst comes to worst.
Gonna fall rather low, but he's able to walk it off.
Dire's courier
Enough armor
has been
to
killed.
sustain against the right clicks of Jibe, even with a good link building up that damage. Still time away from the creeps, though. You can see out of all the cores, it is the biggest struggle for Unit on that top lane so far in these first 5 minutes.
A prize!
And Morphling's holding this bottom wave quite nicely near his tower.
And they've not really been able to do too much about slowing him down. Sure, the free farm on all 3 lanes looking significantly better for Chicken Fighters, even at this early point. Top lane with rotation, Piranha
What's this?
comes in and finally breaks the piece here. 5.5 minutes in, first blood. Piranha on that pretty much ideal first rotation.
It's always so weird when Dota goes on for a long time without a first blood.
It's a slow one.
Is this Dota? I know, that's great. You want the Terrorblade to die as much as possible. You want Puck's rotations to be meaningful, and that is as meaningful as it can be. You kill the carry, essentially making it so that you can't find that wave under his tower, and Puck gets the first blood gold.
There's a nice step up to the momentum that Branya's going to be able to hit this game. Down bottom, of course, Ghost Frogs were able to kick back, but the support, of course, Aqua still stays strong.
Puck's coil's going to come off cooldown in 30 seconds, whereas I don't think we'll see that many Storm Spirit rotations initially.
He's going to TP up top, Storm. Let's see what he can make out of this. Comes in onto Jibbe. Cogs down. Didn't get the pushback, but it doesn't matter. He traps Jibbe and the Cogs, and Mastermind's able to reach in to do the damage.
So as I was saying, I don't think we'll see Storm Spirit rotation. He just jumps off and goes for the rotation, which is really necessary. That top lane is getting a little bit too much out of him. But for me, it seemed like Storm was just going to do a little bit of what he did last game, which was stack the triangle and just farm that. But
Going me with some nice jukes here, and he's actually able to get the kill onto Pexu with those movements. Aqua, that level 2 waveform, it's not going to be enough damage, only able to step out to the side, doing his best to hide from this Morphling, and he's able to do so. Same time up top though, Unit will go down.
and that does not feel good for TV. He does not have the best of starts here, and I think it's time for him to go into the jungle. But while he does that, it's just going to be open for siege on his top tower. Also, Puck still does have coil available. If TV does walk up top, he will end up dying again. Nicely enough, though, there are stacks in the triangle waiting for Morphling when he decides to leave bottom, but he's a lot more comfortable on this bottom lane than Terrorblade is on the top lane.
Yeah, for sure. Aqua's not going to feel any sort of rush to get out of the laning stage so far. Things have been perfectly fine for him down there.
And even when you look at these triangle stacks, there's actually no way for Ghost Frogs to walk into them and contest them. They don't have the best stack for your heroes, and their early aggression is still not online yet.
It's a slow start for them, slower than the game one was.
Just got killed.
You said last time, at least Ghost Frogs did have a pretty good beginning. This time round, already down 2k against Chicken Fighters. The big difference being the more important one, the fact that Terrorblade Unit is going to have to make quite the recovery after not such an easy laning stage.
And that Razor Shadow Demon combo is incredibly efficient in shutting down this Terrorblade, more so than I thought it would be. I think most of that was due to just Clockwork not being able to provide that much in that lane, just in terms of what his hero can do.
Yes.
Which typically you don't really expect of a Clockwork, right? He is one of the stronger melee 5 supports, I would say. But not if there's a hero like Shadow Demon who can just stop him in his place.
J4 around the mid lane. Of course, yet to hit the 6 on clock, so not that he can offer too much of an initiation. As Brandy's going to get the space to put some pressure onto the tower. Pexu's able to grab the bounty rune. They'll try and make him pay for it. Like Carapace, it's off in time though. Doesn't matter. Can't break away as he's trapped in the cogs. Mastermind will be able to claim the kill. See Piranha and Arrow looking to return. Actually step up. They've got their eyes on this stack.
Mastermind is out of mana here though because of that kill.
They'll be able to steal a good amount of that stack. Should try and go for the kill onto Piranha. Piranha, he's got the coil to hold back the Pango. Quick jump gets him out back to safety. A decent amount of that gold from the stack going the way of Chicken Fighters.
So Aqua's courier was dead for a minute, and I'm not sure what he thought exactly. He just respawned and I see a Falcon Blade.
Setup. Setup into the stun. They have quite the damage, they don't. Mastermind's out with a zip. J4 also able to step away as Chicken Fighters don't have the lockdown for either. Coil on cooldown.
On Dire's top tower.
This double damage rune on Storm is pretty
Radiant's bottom
spooky.
tower is under attack.
They can look to make a play on this Morphling, actually, if they set up their heroes in time. But now that this Falcon Blade and Morbid Mask are flying out to Morphling, we can
Not
see him
much
walk to the
good's
triangle and take
happening to
all those
Radiant's
juicy
bottom
stacks that are waiting for him.
Someone better help Dire's middle tower.
He has got a lot of
Radiant
potential
have
gold and
fortified their
XP waiting
structures.
for him to pick up.
Not much good's happening to
Meanwhile, in
Radiant's
mid
bottom
lane,
tower.
Oranya's just taking this mid tower to no contest. There it is, TP by Storm.
Radiant's bottom
And he's not going to have the
tower is under
lockdown.
attack.
Quite yet, at least. Still half the way to go for that Orchid to be finished.
So that was the usage of the double damage. Not
Radiant's
the
bottom
best
tower's
because
got
he didn't get a kill,
problems.
but he definitely had to defend that tower there, because if that tower had gone down early, that's just access to their triangle.
Not much
And
good's
Puck and
happening
Nyx
to
can go
Radiant's
for these
bottom
early
tower.
invasions together if
Are
they
those
choose to.
cracks in Dire's top tower?
See this top tower. Reveal
Radiant's
Chicken
bottom
Fighters the
tower
same
is
down,
under
time
attack.
down
Radiant's
bottom. Ghost Frogs
Dire's top tower is fallen.
matching the pace here with the objective taking.
Yeah, so they traded 2 towers there, but I would say that was actually a better trade for Chicken Fighters than it was for Ghost Frogs, because now Aqua just has free reign to farm the top side of the map and go into the triangle that, like we said before, has a lot of stocks. Whereas the hero who's going to take advantage of the bottom side of the map would be
Radiant's bottom
Terrorblade,
tower's
but
got
he's in a bit of a more threatened situation than Morphling is, just because of the start that he had.
Dire's top
If
tower
Puck
is
and
under
Nyx
attack.
do scout him out, he will die in that area.
Aqua. Now, starting to clear up the stacks. No sort of movement being able to be made by Ghost Frogs to come over and contest this.
We just don't have the means right now. Triangle seems very well defended too.
I guess just sort of
Oh, Clock made a play.
easily to catch Jibbe. Nice disruption to hold back the Pango. Jibbe still needs close in, but Mastermind gets in with a big zip.
Very nice. And that's what the panel was talking about, actually, about Storm needing someone to jump in with him, and Clock does a perfect job at that.
Piranha. Nice to pick up J4 in return, but Mastermind
Your last move.
already well out the way, so no chance for a catch with the coil.
And that was a 2-for-1 trade, but all in the meanwhile, Morphling was happily farming away at these stacks. And the way we were talking about how Ghost Frogs do need to be the dominant team at the start of this game, it doesn't seem like that dominance has spilled over too much for Morph to be threatened. It seems like a very, very easy game for Aqua at the moment.
Yeah, and it has to be a concern when you're seeing Aqua getting this sort of space. We know what he's able to do last game. Very solid carry performance, and so far everything pointing towards maybe a similar level of play coming out from him. 13 minutes in, complete uninterrupted farm. Need to do something to threaten this Morph, otherwise there's every reason to believe that Aqua will be able to run away with this game once again.
Storm did go
Radiant's
for an
middle
Orchid this
tower
time
is
around,
under
which was very nice to see. He's about 800 gold away. When he does get that item, I expect to see a lot of movement coming out of those rounds.
See here, I mean, J4 is committed in with a hook shot. Does have the backup of the Storm, but the leash is down onto the 2 of them. They may kill Jibbe. And actually, they're not even going to be able to kill Jibbe. Jibbe will live. Very awkward move there from Ghost Rock, still making the decision to commit, even after losing their Snapfire at the very beginning of the play. They still go in, and it does not end well. 3 heroes down.
Oh, that's gotta feel so bad. They
looks
also
like
get the
Dire
mid-tower
fortified
off
their
of this,
structures.
and like we were saying earlier, that Storm was 800 gold away from his Orchid. Going in for a kill like that and having the worst case scenario happen, 3 of your teammates dying and not even getting the target you went on, sets you back so much at this point of the game as a Storm Spirit.
This was very awkward. They lose Nukumati, and then still the zips attempted by Mastermind and Piranha. Coil at the ready, he's ready to shut down any sort of attempted kill. Even if they do get Jibbe there, probably wouldn't have been worth it.
And Razor was so tanky thanks to that early Ogre Club pickup with the Falcon Blade. These cheap, efficient stat items can do so much in situations like that, as we just saw.
Merci beaucoup.
Quick moves will get owned me down to safety. way the chicken fighters are moving
Radiant's
around the
bottom
map,
tower is under
and the fact
attack.
that they're not needing the inclusion, of course, of their carry, it's looking pretty spooky. Of course, what does go on unit is catching up in farm, but even at that, still a 1k difference right now between him and Aqua on the morph. Those Frogs, they're back in action. They know there's no, well, I should say the Coil's just come back online actually, so even if they do catch the puck, there's still a big chance that Chicken Fighters will be able to turn around and play once again.
Mastermind on his Storm Spirit has been farming the bottom jungle and pushing out the bot lane as much as he can. I do like that smoke setting up for if someone TP'd bottom, but Chicken Fighters read that really well and just played their Dota and farmed on the side of the map without moving. They really do need to make these aggressive plays on the side of those Frogs.
They're going to start things off in with a hook shot on the Piranha, but Era, they might have a bit of time with the defensive disruption. Piranha duels up in the air. Is he going to be able to get out? He is not. Great control from only the Rolling Thunder. Gives himself a second kill. They were thinking about going for more if they dive in onto Jimmy underneath the tower. That's the moves that Ghost Frogs were looking for as they take out 3. Unit gets involved. They should be able to push down the tier 1 mid as well.
Radiant's middle tower could
And that's
use
really
some
what you
help.
wanted to see out of them, right? These well-coordinated, aggressive moves that end well for them, and that's probably the best that they could have asked for. That's also the completion of the Orchid by Storm, which is going to be very significant in what happens in the next couple of minutes of the game.
Even able to get another bit of action off the back of that. Ghost Frogs leading in and sliding over towards Era. Pick up an extra kill off the back of that objective and really shutting down that lead that Chicken Fighters have pretty confidently held onto for the first 16 minutes of this match.
And Terrorblade actually finished up his Manta at this point, just needs to go pick up the ultimate orb from the shop and he'll have it, whereas Morphling is still about 500 gold away. So while it looked really bad for Unit early on, efficient farming and really good fight from his team just now put him ahead of Morphling.
See, straight away though, the action just doesn't stop here as Storm down by the Dream Coil of Piranha. There's moments again where Ghost Frogs, they do start to get some significant momentum back under their wings, but losing a key component will be slowed down yet again. No Storm in the game for 30.
Are they going to go for a rush here?
With Aqua, they certainly could do this.
With Mastermind dead on Storm, there's no way for Respects to take this fight.
It has been spotted. J4's got a hook shot. He could go for some sort of YOLO play if he wants. But it looks like he's going to stray away from that idea and it will indeed let this fall into the hands of Chicken Fighters. So, I know they're smoking up, but the speed broach is falling. I imagine it's going to go down before they get a chance unless J4 can land the timing. Roshan very, very low. Kisses come in, but the damage has already been done. Roshan taken, Angel picked up. Ranya does die in the pit. I don't think they can do anything more. This is great Rolling Thunder from Oakley. Bounces over, they've taken out 3. So Aqua may get out and keep that Aegis safe for now. But still, Ghost Frogs able to come in with quite the punch against Chicken Fighters even after they lose the Roshan to them.
Yeah, and they did lose the Aegis, but they got a very key kill on Puck, and sure, 2 of the supports died, which might not seem that bad because they did get the Aegis, but we have to keep in mind that Storm had just died and hadn't been having the best of a snowball momentum, and fights like that can really start it for him.
Absolutely, yeah, that sort of XP boost is getting him back into pretty good shape. It's back to, you know, a nice and close game now. 18 minutes, less than 1k in it. Both teams stepping up to the market, both carries. Very even right now, Unit and Aqua. We'll see
Radiant's
if
bottom tower
in
is
this
under
game too, Ghost Frogs can use that ability to push and fight around the Terrorblade to a bit better of an extent than they were able to in the first match.
I do think that the longer this game goes on, the harder it's going to be for Chicken Fighters, because, yeah, look at their core heroes. Morph and Puck do scale quite well, but I'm worried about Nyx and Razor scaling versus heroes like Clockwork and Storm Spirit, who just excel at killing heroes that are slow to move, like these 2. And Terrorblade's only going to get stronger and stronger, and when you have this Pango factor in teamfights, you can anticipate all the chaos that you need as something like a Storm Spirit, right?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See what they can go for now. Just playing opposite halves of the map.
They're
Those
beating on
Frogs, if they do
Dire's
want to
top
go,
tower.
they've got to be very aware of this Aegis on Aqua's morph. The opportunities there if they find any solo pickup potential, which they've got the great tools for. The Orchid on the Storm, and as we've seen the follow-ups from Only's Pangoliers, been excellent in the last few fights.
I guess
It
Radiant
looks like they should defend this bottom tower after getting the top tower. There's no reason not to. The Aegis is still up, and they did get the top tower the way they want. And it looks like, yes, they are setting up for a defense here. Clock wasn't able to scout out any of the important backline heroes.
Leading on Dire.
Straight away for this with the Dream Card. Jibe committing him with the BKB and the Static Link staying on top of the Terrorblade. Unit, and he's going to get cookied off to the side. Sunder over onto Dukamatsu to get Unit back under a decent amount of HP. Now with the damage of Aqua, Unit's going to be continuously threatened by the right clicks. Now with the waveform over towards Dukamatsu. It's going to be a second one here picked up by Chicken Fighters. 3 now in total as Ghost Shrugs are having to back off. Mastermind still got mana to play with, but he doesn't want to come back in on his own. He's going to have to walk this one off. Chicken Fighters, they'll turn up to the fight with Aqua involved, and things go very well for them.
And well played by Ziviz Razor. He just walked in, turned on his BKB, and managed to just push away 3 heroes from that fight on his own. I think the key thing that made a difference in that one in particular was the hook shot missing on the Razor's BKB. They needed that hook shot and cogs to connect so that that Razor wouldn't zone away all these heroes and do as much as he did in the fight. But unfortunately, it didn't connect, and that whole fight went pretty poorly for Ghost Shrugs. It looks like Mastermind is building towards a BKB. That is the item that you need. I mean, different than last game, right? It seems like he changed his itemization a little bit, but in the correct sense.
Unit stepped up here. Aqua and Era. They can go for this. They certainly can. Aqua taking down Unit at the same time. Branya and Pexa, they find Mastermind. 2 very painful losses there for Ghost Shrugs, losing both of their big cores simultaneously across the map.
We were talking about how Storm needs to build this snowball momentum for himself, so every death like that is just very detrimental. And it looks like Aqua's Morph is just going to be out of control. This Aegis is just played so well by him. He was able to get towers, he pressured on the top side of the map by Dire's Triangle, and this new tower goes down too. It's just what you could ask for out of an Aegis. 20 seconds left on the timer, and it's safe as well.
It's going to be a huge terror for Ghost Shrugs in the next fight. The fact that Aqua's going to be turning up with the E-Blade. I mean, we saw just then, even able to burst Terrorblade without that thrown into the equation. So now with the E-Blade, Aqua is going to be the leading heroes in the midst of these team fights.
And until TB gets his body, I wouldn't say that as a hero he outfights Morphling. And TB is building towards it, but it is quite far away. He needs 2 more components left, and his team hasn't lost their momentum, so it's going to be pretty fearsome right now for Ghost Shrugs.
Steps in here, but Piranha, he knows no hesitation. Dream Call down. As long as they can keep this pace up, Chicken Fighters, where there's 1 hero out of the game for Ghost Shrugs, they know it's incredibly unlikely that Ghost Shrugs themselves can make any moves. Aqua now playing around in a situation where Era is normally available to bail him out.
Great positioning by Era here, making sure that if Storm does see a target first, it is him instead of his.
Good for Dukamatsu on the back lines. They missed the impale, doesn't matter. Kill's still a kill. Each and every time, Chicken Fighters just taking someone out of the team of Ghost Shrugs.
Should put a creep wave here just to slow down this push a little bit. And he does.
Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
Rocket Flare out as well, trying to take away these creeps, but Aqua should take down the tower in time to keep one alive. See if they want to push 4 more. They don't have the Aegis right now, so good opt to play a little careful, especially with Aqua halfway towards the BKB. They want to be super safe, wait for that BKB next Aegis timer. And it's going to be incredibly difficult for Ghost Shrugs to push them back top lane. Branya has got that set up, and Aqua, he has the damage. Slides over in an E-Blade combo, puts Unit off to the sidelines.
And that TV dying is very, very sad, right? These are the ideal kills that you could be getting of the game, either the Storm or the TV. And TV was working towards his body, he still won't have it by the time he respawns, which means that they won't be able to take a fight well versus this Morphling. And Chicken Fighters can suffocate as much of the map as they want to right now.
J4. Outside of the base and being blocked off by Pengsu, he'll go down.
And suffocating, they're doing. Anyone who walks a little bit too much outside of their base finds Chicken Fighters.
Over here now.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. It feels like the last couple of minutes has just been consistently somebody on Ghost Frogs has been dead. Fighters leaving them no room to get out.
J4's been trying to build this Force Staff for a while. It's quite sad. You've been there before as a 5. The game just gets harder and harder and you run out of gold, especially a hero like Clockwork, who if you're not in the lead, he feels like he plays from behind, right? Like his job is just going to be to lock a hero in place, cog him, and fire instantly. And in this case, I do imagine it would be the Razor, just to stop him from going in and disrupting the fights like he's done before.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they've got to make sure that Yornik can actually stand tall and do damage in the team fights. It's just not been happening so far. And difference beginning to grow exponentially between the carries. It's not going to be easy. Over a full item pretty much behind that of Aqua's farm right now, just at 26 minutes in.
For the second Force Staff, they have a way to push away, I guess, their heroes from this Razor, but good kill here.
So they can get more. Owned me. Chase over towards Jibbe, but we'll have to be cautious as Baranya is around. Ready to chase on with the haste rune. Coil at the ready if he wants to go in for this. He's actually going to turn his attention over towards Mastermind. Mastermind does have a BKB though. So Baranya will make sure not to overcommit on him. Mastermind's going to be fine. BKB now done on the side of Chicken Fighters Rack. We'll see Mastermind try and re-enter the action. Sets it onto the path, but he's not got enough damage and now has to use the BKB defensively just to get back out of there.
Without Rolling Thunder here, they are in trouble. If Chicken Fighters do choose to re-engage after the Storm BKB has been popped, there won't be the best way to take the fight for Ghost Frogs. They have to push out lanes right now as much as they can before Chicken Fighters make another aggressive move.
Silence!
Let's see where they can head for that. Eyeing up Baranya bottom, but he's such a slippery hero to catch.
My eternal gratitude.
Not easy for them to commit for, especially with the BKB on cooldown. Mastermind does have to be a little careful. Roshan once again at the ready here for Chicken Fighters. Seems like yet again, unlikely the Ghost Frogs are going to be able to stop this as Aqua.
Baranya's actually drawn the attention of 4 heroes in the bot lane, enabling this race play.
Yeah, they have seen him. Can they kill him though? He's sliding around the hook shot, misses, Dream Call down, Baranya's upside down. There's even 5 heroes down here. This is the definition of space being created by Baranya. As he gets out, I mean, well, there you have it. I mean, he's doing everything there. The whole team distracted there by Baranya down on the bottom lane. And they just continue to lose more and more objectives across the map. The Roshan Aegis Shard falls into the hands of Chicken Fighters. Now Chicken Fighters, they're ready to knock on the high ground.
There's some ankle breaking going on there for sure. If Hookshot misses on puck, there really isn't a way of instant disable outside of that first Rolling Thunder blink that did catch him, but there was just a nice little sidestep with the Waning Rift, and there's just no way for this puck to die, really.
There we go. Top Rax is going down. But the hook shot, the Rolling Thunder. Incredibly hard for Ghost Frogs to start any sort of defense.
This feels very reminiscent of last game. With these sieges, just being able to go in and hit as much of it as you want to, and very easy means to disengage.
See them looked at J4 will be forced to the side. J4 will live. Mastermind clicks for the BKB straight onto Era. Taking out the Shadow Demon. What more could he go for though? Jibbe with the BKB. Will step to the side. Jornit did come outside of the base trying to get stuck in, but couldn't get a grab onto anybody as Chicken Fighters will back off. Lose the Shadow Demon, but of course that's not going to be a loss that they'll mind too much right now with the lead that they do have. And Aqua getting very close now in his next item. Just a Reaver away from having that potential Satanic. We'll still get 3 minutes to play with the Aegis. All tier 2's down, so they have the opportunity to go for another high ground push.
So they did lose the Shadow Demon, but what did they get in return? They got the BKB out of Snow Spirit, and they got more than its kisses, which they rely on heavily for burst from a distance without overcommitting a hero. The one good thing is that, yes, TV didn't use meta, so if Chicken Fighters do make some kind of push high ground, they still have a means to fight back with that. And I do like the smoke coming out of Ghost Frogs because if they can get a good kill here, they aren't in a situation where they'll be afraid that they're going to re-engage with the Storm BKB down.
They want to go for Jibei. Jibei BKB still on cooldown for 10 seconds. It's pretty tanky, but not tanky enough. We'll end up going down there to the move. Yawn it. What's it? Oh.
Looks like Aqua's looking to go back in here.
Invisibility.
He's on the front line trying to get the catch set up for him. He's going to start playing around with Nukumati. Aqua slides in, quick burst. They've got it ready to go. The double E-blade here between the two cores. So now with the coil down, onto the clock. They'll pick up J4 as well. 2 easy kills now, and may have lost Jibei, but 2 down on Ghost Frogs. Give few fighters the chance to push up.
That was a nice Rolling Thunder dodge by Boranya, actually, because there wasn't any vision of that Panga roll there. He just reacted very quickly to it. And Mastermind trying to push out lanes as much as he can before the just goes.
See it back on the replay. Chase, making it very hard for OnMe to beat the position of the puck. Back in action, they're going to get the zip in onto Aqua, but Aqua, quick heal up to Satanic now picked up. His items continuing to fly out fast here. 31 minutes. BKB Satanic Manta E-Blade
just went down.
on the Morphling. We're still with a minute and a half of the Aegis to go. Well, more than happy to stick around for this push. They've got the full 5-man back up on Ghost Frogs. Not really a whole lot they can do to push back against Chicken Fighters. It's this second Rax. It's going to go down.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Looks like they're just going to move bottom now, too.
Doing it.
Aegis is still up on Morphling for 1 minute, so they can make the choice to push this if they choose to, or they could make the choice to be safe, just depending on what they're more comfortable with right now.
And they're going to jump it. And lead in straight away onto Arrow. They also get the control off onto the Nixus Assassin. Pepsi trying to sneak away, but Mastermind's hot in the chase. Not going to be able to finish Pepsi off, and have the Dream Core down. They'll turn, they'll blow up the storm. Mastermind falls, Aqua pushing back the Pangoliers. Jibei will be left surrounded. They have lost a few. Question is if Aqua deal with this with the back of a Boranya. Looks like they're going to stand a pretty good chance. They'll jump back over onto the Pangolier. Aqua will be focused down by the Terrorblade. As the Aegis got double buybacks coming out, they want to kill this Morphling a second time. So to the contact, he's pushing Aqua down to the low ground. Punch the Manta, silence is removed, turns to the E-Blade, but Mastermind's able to dodge it with the Ball Lightning. Boranya, silence out onto the Terrorblade. Aqua, see if he sees the chance to get back in on this Jibei. Will be able to poke Unit from the side, they get back in. Boranya with the E-Blade burst, blows up Unit. Terrorblade goes down, J4 to follow. The buybacks from Ghost Frogs not paying off here. As Chicken Fighters, they're ready to re-enter with the mobility of Boranya and Aqua.
That was an unfortunate pause that just happened, because that could have been really good if he was able to just push that Morphling away and into a Vortex, into just the Terrorblade blocking away with that Spotty and all that meta damage. This didn't work out the way it could have, but Ghost Frogs did need to go for whatever play they could have at that point. Otherwise, they would have just lost their racks.
Now we see Ghost Frogs throw another buyback into this. Oh, mate. Look outside of the map there. Oh, no, trying to escape the game. It's not going to work. Pango goes down, and probably without the GGs to come shortly, and there they are indeed. GG, it's called. As Chicken Fighters looking pretty solid here. I mean, again, as I said, Aqua, what's he in the series done? That's all he does. I think he lost an Aegis here and there, but no real deaths. I mean, both games, 0 deaths on the carry.
Honestly, incredibly clean execution by everyone on Chicken Fighters. I was really surprised at the effectiveness of this Razor Shadow Demon lane. It did so much in shutting down TV. And Aqua, of course, delivered with his farm, hitting his timing. He's getting those early Roshans. And Boranya on that puck was so slippery.
He was.
Pushing out lanes. No one was able to catch him. It's really well played by Chicken Fighters.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is what we sort of were seeing some elements of last time round. I mean, when they do have these games that they can set up as well as they did here in both for Aqua, aka Charlie, he knows exactly what to do. The game's in pretty safe hands, especially when it's on either the Morph or the PL.
One could say. Today. And like we talked about earlier, we were just really hoping that Storm could do as much as he could that game, but just fell a little bit short, I would say. Also, Clock had a lot on his shoulders as well, and he just couldn't deliver.
He did it, yeah, absolutely. Fell behind a little bit, J4, and then, as you mentioned earlier, it's just never easy as a Clock to get your game back on track. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. This series will fall into the hands of Chicken Fighters. 2-0 for them against Ghost Rocks.